Test. Morning. Welcome to the 58th Annual Comal County Junior Livestock Show steer sale. I appreciate you all coming out to watch these youngsters exhibit their animals in this ring. And those that cannot be here, if you'll let them know, it is live streamed on our CCGLSA YouTube channel, so they can watch it at home. They'll be able to hear the judge. So if y'all will do that, for those who are at home who want to watch it, we appreciate it. If you would please remove your cover, we're going to say a pledge to the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please bow your head. Our Heavenly Father, thank you for this day. Thank you for bringing us all here safely. Thank you for these exhibitors, these ag teachers, these extension agents, and these parents who have worked through the year to get this animal and this child to this position and be ready to exhibit their animals to the best of their ability. Let us remember those who came before us, who built this show and made it what it is today. Let us always know that they're here with us in this barn as long as we're here, walking amongst us and proud of what they've done. In your name we pray. Amen. All right, I'm fixing to hand this steer show over to your judge, and he is going to start the show. Thank you for being here.
We would like to introduce our judge, David Groschke, who lives in Riesel, Texas with his wife, Misty, and their two children, Paisley, who is 17, and Duke, who is 15. Since 2005, David has worked for Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service and is currently the county extension agent for Robertson County. He also raises show steers and partners with Embry Cattle on their annual steer and heifer sales, where they've raised multiple breed champions at all of the Texas majors. He attended Texas A&M and was on the 2002 National Champion Livestock Judging Team. As he worked on his master's degree, he was the assistant livestock judging coach at Texas A&M University for 2003 and 2004. He and his family really enjoy the 4-H and FFA programs and livestock shows as they exhibit steers, heifers, and market barrows, and spend the majority of their time in the barn working as a family. Everyone, please join me in welcoming our judge.
If you will, as a place, if you'll write out your sheet or hand it up to Tim and I will do our thing and I'll hand you back. Perfect.
Attention to the cattle barn, American Class 2.
Well, this is a really good class and that we have here to start here with your Comal County show. A young lady's got a black star-faced calf that I think kind of manhandles this class just from a shape standpoint. He's got a lot of look, a lot of balance, really a high-quality type build. And when you put your hands on him, you're very impressed with his touch. He's got a big backside shape. He's got a big explosive hip from behind. If we're going to nitpick on him, I want that calf to be a little more amplified at the surface in terms of his bone work and foot size, and just see more manly, if you would, in that particular feature. But from a look, build, balance standpoint, this one certainly fits the T for me very well. And this is a big advantage that we have over our red baldy that comes in second. No doubt our calf in second, he's probably the most massive in this class. Down his back, across his blade, and from behind, he's got a tremendous amount of power. It just doesn't come in the same high quality package. He gets a little more jammed up from there from shoulders forward. He wants to be a little tighter in terms of his loin edge. I just want to see this calf kind of handle himself just a little bit better from a balance standpoint, but just from a sheer muscular, stout, big boned individual, he certainly fits the bill there. Our brindle calf that comes third, I love this calf from the profile. He's got awesome look. He's one that certainly fits the bill there. I love his feet, his bone work, all those things I think are exceptionally nice. We put him up against the two that are right in front of him. There's just not enough calf there. He gets a little peaked there over the top of his blade. He wants to taper from hooks to pins from a muscle standpoint. He's just not firm and hard enough in terms of his touch. But, man, I love his build. Young lady's doing a good job there hanging with him. We got a decision to make here between 4, 5, and 6, but I like the balance and power. Our fourth place calf, our white sheath calf, is one that's got some pop from behind, lots of shape to his quarter, big kind of topped individual. We just need to redesign that guy structurally in terms of his rear skeleton and hock. He's a calf that wants to rock a little forward in terms of his shoulder angle, but I like that calf for his build, balance, and all those things. Nice calf. A young lady that comes next, one here that's a real moderate frame calf, a little more conventional, if you will, in terms of his build. This calf's got a little bit too much set for me in terms of his hind leg. We just want to prop him up, give him just more of a show steer look, elevate him there in terms of his chest floor and the top of his blade. We do that, and this calf can kind of work himself up because he is sound, he is big body. She's done a really good job of feeding that one for sure. I like this next calf for his look. We just got to reconstruct his hind leg. If we could fix that rear hock and see him more flexible with more comfort, he needs to move up in the class. Just for me, young lady, he's just too far past gone in terms of that rear skeleton. She did a great job a while ago of avoiding some catastrophe, so I like her athleticism. Good job to you. Just need to redesign this calf here in terms of that rear skeleton, but good-looking calf there. And then these two calves that round our class out, they're long-sided type cattle that are built right. We just need to see more of them. Need more muscle with this black one. We need more body and just power with our silver one. But that's a good class to start our show off. Y'all give them all a big round of applause if you would.
How do you want to break the ribbon colors?
The last three are reds for me.
Okay, so we need more blues
Exhibitors
and
who
reds.
left the ring, once we get the ribbons up here, if y'all will just come to the announcement stand, we'll give you your ribbon. Second place, blue, Trip Sexting. Third place, blue, Caitlin Kirkpatrick. Fourth place, blue, Brian Ruggles. Fifth place, red, Braylon Hogg. Sixth place, red, Charlotte Hickey. Seventh place, red, Emma House. Eighth place, red, Comal.
Blue and red and white, so I had to get slowed down as I get in this next class. But really good class here, and I thought these top two separate themselves pretty quickly, and then it's a fight between third. But before we got into third, we had to figure out which one I like best here out of this top pair. I think both of them are exceptional cattle. They're really fault-free in terms of their structure. Their balance and build are certainly very, very nice. In between the pair, I like the spread across our loin edge and our backside shoulder shape a little bit better on our black one. I think he's a calf too. That's a little better through his shoulder and knee. Just again, from this profile view, I think our black one kind of comes at us here just with a lot of good. We could maybe trim his sheath down just ever so slightly, and we could just see this guy just a nickel more manly overall as a beast, as a overall unit. But this guy is so fault-free, so balanced, so proportional, and blends so well. Really youthful in terms of his head. I just really like that calf to go ahead and elevate. The silver one pushed him really hard because he's got awesome rib shape. Great turn there to his top. He's got a great hind leg on him. He's got a lot of turn to his quarter. When you get right over the top of him, he's still a little green, yet still of his build. And so he's not as manly, if you would, like our black calf. I want to see him man up, and the same thing here. So we don't correct what our class winner may did for us. But this calf here's got plenty of shape down his back. I want to rock him in his shoulder back just ever so slightly. He wants to push his hocks out just a little bit from behind, but that's a very, very high quality second place calf. Our Brahmin here that comes in third, this one here is big bodied, a really good looking type calf. We could amplify him at the surface in terms of his bone and foot, but that's a nice calf. It's good looking. He's fault free, really good set of feet and legs on him. Love the bone work on our fourth place calf. This is one big bone, big footed type individual that's long fronted. He's got a lot of good to him. Gets a little forward in his shoulder, not near as flexible in terms of his movement and reach off of his rear skeleton. Wants to pinch in his loin edge just ever so slightly. But you talk about bone work, stoutness, feature, all those things. This calf certainly has it. Young lady's doing a really good job. Young man here with our silver one. Boy, this is a stout creature. Tremendous back shape, tremendous power. A calf here just not built as well as I want him to. Gets a little more jammed up to the front third of his body. Gets a little tied up, and for the amount of mass that he has up high, I want him to match it down low in terms of his bone and foot and see that blend and proportion just a little bit better for me. But a calf here that you really can't deny for his muscle shape. Red one's a smooth one. There just needs to be more calf there. He's one that gets a little weaker in his top, just a little frailer in his build. I want to see that calf just more spread out overall. Next calf gets a little shallower bodied for me and a little forward in his shoulder. One here that gets a little rock forward in terms of his knee. When we step behind him, there's just not enough calf there, but I like his length of body and I like his shape. Young man's next calf's been fed well. He's deep bodied. He's market ready. He's done a nice job with him. We just got to amplify this one from a bone standpoint and just from a muscle standpoint. Give him more shape, more power. Let's give him and the rest of them a nice big handle. That's a good class there of market steers.
Class 2 American winner, Hope Wenzel. Second place, blue, Emery Holman. Third place, blue, Aubrey Bowman. Fourth place, blue, Fallon Ezel. Fifth place, red, Hunter Hogg. Sixth place, red, Cohen Ewing. Seventh place, red, Cameron McCoy. And eighth place, red, Luke Jonas.
And maybe not as challenging maybe as a class as the previous one, but as you put these things together, I thought there was one that kind of surfaced up here fairly quickly in our heavyweights. Is he the heaviest muscled? He is not in this class, but I think sometimes we can take that muscle thing and kind of run a little bit too far. This one's got plenty of muscle. He's got good shape down his back. He's got a nice turn to his quarter. What he does have is an excellent build. His balance is so good. His proportions are excellent. And then he's also just good in terms of his feet and legs. His structural integrity, I think, is certainly very good. He puts it all together with a nice look up front. He's chiseled up, high cutability type calf, just a solid, complete steer that wins this class. The race for me was for second, and you got to make a decision which one of those two you like better. Probably the silver one may have a nickel more look from the side. Our black calf, I think, is more shapely and a little bit more manly and just more powerful overall. I think he's also firmer and harder to the touch. Got a little bit more turn on the backside of his blade. Huge loin edge in this guy, tremendous shape. We just need to pretty him up, young man. He gets a little shorter up through his neck, a little plainer through his chest floor. Just doesn't have that same show steer look, but boy, he's got the power and mass, and so certainly one there that's I think certainly fitting in that second spot. Our calf in third, good set of feet and legs. I think he's just probably 30 days past his prime here. Gets a little shelfy there. His chest floor gets a little softer to the touch, just not near that cutability that we like. You see he's starting to get a little chuffy there through his throat latch, but good feet and legs, big body, good structure type calf here. Just need to see that calf in a little bit more of a fresher type package. Same thing here with our red steer that comes next. Just a little bit past his endpoint, but one here that I think is certainly very nice and level in terms of his lines. One that gets out and moves nice enough for us. We just need to tidy him up in terms of his handle, tidy him up there from shoulders forward, but a good calf. Our black and white one, we need more muscle, more shape, more mass, but a calf here that's long-bodied and really heavy bone. I love the big feet that he sets down on. We need to fix this next guy structurally off his front and rear skeleton, but love his levelness of his back. Young man's done a nice job. Y'all congratulate them all as they exit their ring. That's another good class of American cattle.
All right, American Drive.
Yes, sir.
Do you want them ones and then twos, or do you want 1, 2, 1, 2? How would you like it?
I would rather, if we could, just walk them in. show this morning, and so looks like our cattle are going to be a whole lot better than the weather. It's looking like, and so a good start in terms of the quality that we have out here. Our three class winners, I like all three of them real well, and our seconds again, I think are high quality cattle. We nitpicked on just a little bit, but that lightweight class, I thought we had one that's super shapely, really fresh in terms of his back shape. The second place one's another one there that's got so much power and fresh back shape. Again, just maybe not the same look as our class winner, but I love this little class one calf just for his shape, his freshness, and just a calf here that's got a lot of good to him. Give him a shot more bone, and he's certainly a really, really nice one. Class two, I thought, was ultra competitive. We had two nice cattle that really came out and kind of separated themselves quickly. The black one here, I think, just a little bit more fault-free. We tuck his sheath up just ever so slightly, and that one becomes just ultra good. And he's still good in his own right, but a calf here that I think just has such a nice presence about him. Silver calf, too, another one that's really, really nice. To reconstruct his front and rear skeleton just ever so slightly, and I think we got one here that's really, really good. Heavyweight winner is one that was so complete, fault-free, really just rock solid type calf. And in the second place behind him, just a real beast and man-child, if you will, from a muscle standpoint. So what a great lineup here of ABC cattle. I'm going to keep a pair together. This middleweight class, they're going to be my champion in reserve. Good job.
Our American breed champion, Hope Wenzel, and our reserve breed champion, Emery Holman.
Thought, again, we got one that just kind of rises up here pretty quickly and then be as our class winner. And then we had a decision to make there between second and third, but thought a real fault-free, really complete calf that wins this class. Again, he is not the biggest backed in this class. That goes to the calf that winds up in second. But this one here is the best structured. He's the best looking. He's the best bodied. He's the best balanced. And I think, again, he's the highest quality built one that we have out here. Fault-free, good-looking calf. Sure, we could see this calf be a little more ripped up behind his shoulder blade, but this calf makes up for it in just a good balance and build. Attaches his neck high there into the top of his blade. So good in terms of his movement and structural integrity. Just a really fault-free, complete calf. One, again, that suits my eye very well. The race was for second, and that's a tough call between those two. I think we got more bone and more foot with our Hereford calf in the back. We got more back shape, more power, more expression with our black calf in second. Again, we get off to the side of them and take a good hard look at them. I think our black one's just a little cleaner up to the front third of his body. He offers us just a little more length of side, and then he's the calf that ultimately is just higher cutability, more expressive down his back, just feeds more muscle shape there across his loin edge. I think a calf here that just holds that muscle advantage over him. Our calf in third just gets a little too flat in his rib cage for me, but I like his length of side. I think a calf here that's put together right. Young man's doing a nice job with him. We just need to crack him open in terms of his chest floor, give him more turn to his rib cage, and just see this guy a little wider, if you will, in terms of his overall stature, but a nice calf in his own right. Red shorthorn calf that comes next, big bone type calf. It's flat back, gets plain in terms of his neck. One here that's got some big joints, and we want to clean those up and tidy them up, but a calf here that you like for his body shape. A calf that comes next, our black one, is big rib, really stout. This one's got some muscle shape, just doesn't match it in terms of his bone and foot size. Gets a little rounder, if you will, a little piecey. But boy, I do like his length of front and the stoutness that he does have. Our red and white one here that rounds the class out has got some muscle shape. He's got some body. We just need to reconstruct that guy in terms of his structure to move him up any higher in the class. But a really nice class to start our British division. If you would, give those kiddos a nice big round of applause for us.
Winner, Hagen Rust. Second place blue, Joshua Byer. Third place blue, Hagen Rust. Fourth place red, Michaela Kalecki. Fifth place red, Evelyn Bindele. And sixth place red, Marshall Ehlers.
Really a good class here in these heavier British, and really it gets down to these three, and we get them in motion. I think there's one of them that separates themselves from the other, and just our feet and legs, and that's our calf out here with our long kind of white stripe down our back. This calf here is one, I think, from a feet and leg standpoint, structural standpoint, he kind of takes the cake, and then he combines it with being a good balanced steer that's really flat across his back. He's got plenty of muscle shape across his top. He's got some punch from behind, but again, I love his build. This calf here attaches his neck high in the blade. He gets out and reaches off both ends of his skeleton. You know, if I'm going to nitpick on this guy, we could maybe pick his chest floor up just ever so slightly and just kind of push it up into his frame there and just chisel on that throat latch. But I mean, we're nitpicking on a really nice calf here that's so good in his feet and legs, so flat in his back, good in his muscle shape, good looking. Again, I really like the quality that we present there. But his big advantage over our calf in second is off our front skeleton. Our shorthorn calf, I want to tie onto this one just because he's got the shape and he's got the muscles, the muscle power. He's got the long front. He's sitting down on a big old foot and bone as well. But this guy just gets too rock forward in his shoulder. You can see it in his knee as he's wanting to kind of get out, and he just wants to come at you with those feet kind of going sideways. We got to fix him in his knee and his shoulder, and then this calf too. If we want to nitpick him, he gets a little tied up there in terms of his loin. We need to see that handle itself just a little softer and a little more comfortable, and allow that calf to just reach out with just a little bit more athleticism. But I love him from a muscle shape standpoint, young lady, and you got a calf here that's long-fronted, stout-headed, a lot of good positives there. Good calf that winds up in the second. I like the calf in third too. This is a nice calf. He's probably got the most bone and foot of any of the top three. He's a long fronted type calf as well. He just doesn't utilize it as well as the first two. He gets a little more upright in terms of his pasturing angle. He too, similar to the calf in front of him, is rocked just a little forward in terms of his shoulder. When I get right up on top of him, I don't think he's near as manly as our other two, but this is a good calf. A really, really nice third place calf that we have there that's got a lot of good into him. I like our shorthorn that comes next too, just because he's another one here that's good-legged. He's really flat across his back. He just gets a little plainer, young lady, and I get over the top of him. I step behind him. He just doesn't have the same power and pop and just sheer mass as the ones in front of him. We look at him at the ground. He's given up some feature in terms of that bone and foot, but he's really sure-footed. He's great structured, and he's good-looking. Those cattle are always going to get along, so good job to you. Our red calf that comes next, tremendous muscle shape. This one's powerful. I told the young man, we fix this guy and free him up off his rear skeleton. He wants to move up in this class because he's got some out there pieces, so long-fronted, so shapely across his back. He's just not near as athletic enough for me, but a good calf here. We want to square him up there from hooks to pins. Our red Hartford calf that comes next needs more muscle. He wants to taper from hooks to pins, gets a little peaked over the top side of his shoulder blade. We want to see him flatter, square, just wider and fresher in terms of that back shape. Young lady's done a nice job of feeding that one. Need more belly with this next black one. He just gets too tucked up in his flank and a little more thoroughbred looking. We need to see this guy softer and get his chest forward to his flank line just a little better in the way that it's built. But I love his length of body, fresh back shape. All those things are nice there. Young lady's calf here, again, I always feel bad about tying one in and going towards the bottom because this is still a nice calf because he's deep bodied. There just needs to be more calf there. He gets a little deeper in his chest floor. It's a little plainer in his head, just not near the back shape. But that's a really solid class there from top to bottom. Y'all give all these kiddos a nice big hand if you would. Solid, solid class.
Congratulations to our Class 2 British winner, Sutton Homan. Second place blue, Sailor Sechting. Third place blue, Sutton Homan. Fourth place blue, Kara Kirkpatrick. Fifth place blue, Preston Phillips. Sixth place red, Madison Black. Seventh place red, Victoria Shuck. And eighth place red, Julianne Barrett. We're now going to begin our British breed drive.
My mind sometimes off of first impression, so I'm ready to rock, and I hope you don't think I'm rushing your kiddos out here and how they're showing them. I'm just set on my decision, but I'll tell you that our British classes were certainly both very, very strong. Lightweight class I thought had some very fault-free cattle, and I love this little lightweight here because he's so fault-free. Love his look, the way he attaches his neck on top of his blade, so good from hooks to pins, so good at the ground, good bodied. All those things I think are just awesome about the calf. We could see him a little more aggressive in his muscle shape, but that's a good calf there. Opposite things about the other one is that he is really aggressively shaped. We just need to see him in a little more fresher package, but that's another one that's a really good lightweight calf. Tidy him up in his sheath, but another one, nice pair of Angus calves there. And then our heavyweight class I thought was deep. Those top three in that class were all super good. I just love the parts and pieces of this one. It blends, it proportions, it functions well. He's athletic on the move, and then he's a good looking calf here from the side. Powerhouse that was second behind him. Need to fix him in terms of his front skeleton, but past that, super nice calf. I'm going to keep the pair of heavyweights together. They'll be your champion. Y'all give them both a big hand if you would. Good job. And it's a good start here. I think there's some challenges. Class is really deep from top to bottom, and really it is. Every one of them out here has got a lot of quality. This class winner, Yellow Calf, is one to me, I think just kind of is the complete one. This one here's got the bone and foot advantage. I think this one's got a long front, got some muscle shape, got some freshness. I think, again, the most solid and complete calf that we have. I like his structure. I like his build a little bit better than our second place calf. No doubt our calf in second. This one here's probably got the freshest back shape. And he's probably the most cushiony, if you will, in terms of his rear skeleton. He gets a little tight in terms of his spine angle. He's a little lower in terms of his front, just not near that cool look that our class winner kind of provides us, but that's still a freshly fed one that's presented to a T. And so, again, that's a nice pair. Our calf in third is one for me that I kind of had ranging between third and fifth. And the longer I look at him, the more I like him. He's long fronted. He's one that's got some length of side. He's so big boned and big footed. I want to see more rib shape, more full rib, more heart with this guy. But I like his structure. I like his look. I like his build. We just want to see a little bit more of him. Our red calf that comes in fourth, I like a lot of things about this one. Just out here, he just doesn't have enough feature to move up any higher. He wants to be just a little shorter in terms of his hip, a little smaller in terms of his foot. Just doesn't have the feature and bone work to get up any higher, but this one here is pretty rock solid. There's a lot of good to him. We just need to see more of him. Our silver one that comes next just gets too flat in terms of his rib cage, too tight in terms of his forerib. He's got a little puffiness to his joints, but a calf here that's got some stoutness and expression and shape, length of front. I need to see more rib cage in him to kind of match what he's got. Red calf's probably got the most pound for pound. He's got the most muscle out of any of them. It's just too round for me, too frail for that amount of stoutness and power and expression up high. He needs to match it down low, and so he gets pretty small in terms of his foot with how big he is up high. It just doesn't blend the proportion good enough for me. Gets a little more conventional and round in terms of his look. Calf that rounds our class out a little more bowed in terms of his hock, just not near as balanced and pretty here from the profile, but big back, big footed, tight calf here. Young lady's doing a good job. Let's give them all a big round of applause. That's a really solid class of lightweight exotic steers.
Congratulations to our Class 1 exotic winner, Madison Morales. Second place blue, Landry Moore. Third place blue, Hayden Cox. Fourth place blue, Kate Nash. Fifth place red, Trip Secting. Sixth place red, Sailor Secting. And seventh place red, Abigail Campos.
You missed a spot. Brooklyn. Thank you.
More of a challenging class here in our middleweight exotics or set class 2 exotics, and I don't know if there's one that just comes out and says I have to win this class, but I think as we further break them down, it's just these two here are the two that separate out, and you got a decision to make. Do you want to go with one that's got a little more structure advantage with our yellow calf, or do you want one with a little bit more power and back shape that still gets around adequate for us? For me, it's our red one, and so that's the decision that went through my mind. I love the back shape, the freshness that this calf has. He's a good-looking calf when we got him parked, and so when he stopped and he's by himself here, just parked, you got to like this calf because he's got such a big back. He's big-ended, he's stout-boned and big-footed. When we set him in motion, he gets a little more tied up off his front and rear skeleton. I wanted to see him track out a little softer for us, but that yellow one's not really the most reaching thing either, and he's given up so much bone and power that really, for me, it's just a call here. There's just more beast in this guy here to win, and so our red calf ultimately leads up front. Our yellow calf is so fault-free from the side. He's big-bodied, super balanced, so smooth, and just a good presented calf. He's just too frail in terms of his bone and foot size. You get behind him, there's not enough muscle, young lady. I get right in there behind him. He just needs more coming out of his pin set. He needs more down into his lower britches and get over the top of him. There's just not enough beast there. But that calf there is so smooth and so balanced, and he's a good-looking rascal. When she gets him parked right there, you're like, there you go. That's a nice one. There just needs to be more calf. But that's a nice pair out here. Our young lady that comes in third, a long-bodied, well-fed steer here that's long-fronted. He's good on his feet and legs. Another one that just needs more muscle shape, okay? We get right over the top of him, and from behind, he's just not aggressive enough in terms of the turn down his top and spine and loin edge, but he's fault-free. Young lady's done a good job with him. I like the muscle on our next two cattle. These two cattle have plenty of shape and power. They just don't utilize it correctly. Our red one gets too round and short out of his hip, and you can see him when he's moving. He really wants to drop his pin set. He just doesn't come out of his front third of his body, with enough look up front. He gets a little rounded off both ends, but tremendous muscle shape. Black one, white one here, great muscle shape, great stoutness. Gets too deep in his chest floor, needs to be prettied up, but a good calf. Next two calves, next three, really, they're just not ready from a market ready standpoint. A little shallower and tubular, if you will. I like the lines and structure of this one that comes next. He just needs more body. Our black, silver and white one there that comes next gets just too frail and just too cut up there in terms of his flank line. But that's a calf. It's long fronted and super cool. And then we just need to freshen up our yellow and white one that rounds our class out. But that one's long fronted and got some good structure. We just need to see that guy handle it in a little bit better, fresher package. That's a good class. Y'all give all these kiddos a nice big hand if you would.
To our Class 2 exotic winner, Kinsley Cox. Second place blue, Ava Pinkham. Third place blue, Abigail Campos. Fourth place red, Kinsley Strong. Fifth place red, Ethan Bayer. Sixth place red, Grace White. Seventh place red, Autumn Conway Lickett. And eighth place red, Ryder Webb.
For me, as we did all that, though, I never wavered on who I was going to start. And so this calf here kind of rose to the occasion for me. Lots of presence, up-headed, big-ended, big bone, sound structured. I think this calf's the complete one. He's the one that puts it together in all the rock-solid pieces, and then he's a show steer on top of all that. So good calf here to win this class. Again, the race was for second. Between these next two, and really even the fourth place calf as well. When we get them out here, this one's the best and most comfortable out of the remaining three in terms of structure. He's the most flimsy and flexible in terms of his hind leg skeleton. He's the best off his front skeleton in terms of his shoulder angle, the way that he's built there. That calf certainly handles it just a little bit better than the two calves behind him. He's a muscular calf too. When she gets this one parked, you really like it because he almost has too much set to his hind leg if you want to nitpick him. But when she gets that thing back in him, well, you start to really like this guy, and he starts to come together pretty well. He's one that just grows on you and grows on you for sure. I want to start red right there.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I forgot about our ribbons again, but I'll tell you, as we get in here to our third place calf, this one here is one that kind of strikes me well when we walks into the ring because he's so smooth and he's built right, big bodied, real clean fronted, all those things there to me all hit fairly nicely. He gets a little piecey. It's a little more forward in his shoulder. His knee wants to go out, and his front feet want to separate, and you start seeing his chest forward start dropping into him. So his chest forward relation into his flank line, I want to just fix that bottom lines, and so I start nitpicking him maybe a little bit more. Big pieces, though. This guy's got a lot of it because I love his body shape. I like his neat neck. I like his muscle. Young lady's a great stick, and so that's a good combination. I really like the smoothness of this next calf. He is so smooth, so good looking, and then I just get him out and walk him, and that guy just wants to really short step and just not reach off of his rear skeleton. I get right up on top of him. There's maybe just not enough calf there as we compare him to the other three. He's a little narrower in his chest. He's just a little more peaking over his top. He just gets a little bit outmanned. But when you got him parked right there, young lady, I want to tie on to him because he is so fault-free looking here from the side. We just need more calf, but that's a nice one in his own right. I like this silver baldy that comes next too. This calf's got a lot of good to him, a lot of muscle shape. He kind of gets underneath himself on the drive, and then a calf here that just gets maybe a little rounded. I want to see more pin set width and squareness, if you will. But that's a good calf, solid calf that ends up in fifth. There's some wow pieces about our black and white one with his length of front and bone and feature. He just gets too piecey. He gets tight in the spine angle. He wants to kind of get blown out in terms of his shoulder, and that consequently he dips into his full rib and just doesn't transition smooth enough for us. But that's a nice calf. I like the way the young man's showing him. Our next two cattle are just ones that we just need to pretty up. Our white calf, we need to freshen that guy up just a little bit there through his chest floor and chest. And then our yellow and white one, we just need to see that calf have more to him. But that's a long-sided, sound-structured steer. That's a really high-quality class here from top to bottom. Y'all give all these kiddos a nice big hand. I really like that class of steers that we just judged.
Congratulations to our Class 3 exotic winner, Tilden Izell from New Braunfels FFA. Second place blue, Michaela Kolecki. Third place blue, Fallon Izell. Fourth place blue, Emma Schmidt. Fifth place red, Ethan Bayer. Sixth place red, Lainey Lamone. Seventh place red, Lauren McCoy. And eighth place red, Victoria Shuck.
Argue about which one needs to win this class. He's really fresh, and they're just such a freshly shaped calf. Big back, handles exceptionally well, and then he's got just an awesome look here from the side view. Great hind leg, great foot. His front skeleton's good. He's pushed back in his knee. Those usually cattle that are big bodied, good looking, fresh, and have muscle are going to do well. He checks every one of those boxes. Nice calf there that we have. If we're going to whittle on him at all, we could bring his shoulder in just a smidge. You see this calf be just a little neater and wedge tighter. It's hitting a show heifer competition though, so we don't get hung up on it. That's a nice calf. This calf, it's in second. I like this calf for his build. He's so good in terms of the ground. He needs to be more aggressive in his muscle shape. But past that, there's a lot of good to this calf. I like him pretty well. 3 blues. Our next calf here, tremendous muscle shape. And so this guy here, you love just the spread he has across his loin and back. You know, though, he's a little bit of a bigger boy. When he's standing up there right behind our black calf, it almost looked like a cow-calf pair. And so that black calf, he is one that weighs 1454. So he's probably an upper 14s kind of calf. And this guy makes him look pretty small. So this guy's getting a little on the bigger echelon for me in terms of his frame and all that. We look past that and we whittle off 3 inches off this guy in terms of the top of his shoulder blade, and then we start looking act like a really good calf. But I want his bone work to match how the mass he has up high. That's a good calf though that winds up third. Big boy here that comes fourth too. Big body, just gets a little plain in his shape. We need to be square and wider and just more aggressive in terms of our pin set and our shape across our loin edge. But good feet and legs, been fed really well. Young lady's done a nice job. We just need to see him just a little bit more manly in terms of his muscle. Young lady's done a good job next too of getting this one market ready. He's big bodied. He handles well. He's just too plain to the touch. He's plain in terms of his look, plain in terms of his bone and feature there. And then our black calf, we just need to free him up structurally. He gets a little tied up off of both ends, but he's long fronted. He's got some depth of body. Young lady's doing a good job. Let's give them all a big round of applause. That's a good class of steers there from top to bottom.
Congratulations to our Class 4 exotic winner, Atlee Holman, who belongs to the Second place flew Brody Satoff. Third place flew Hope Wenzel. Fourth place red Emily Laraway. Fifth place red Sophia Garcia. And sixth place red Kara Kirkpatrick. We will now get ready for the exotic breed drive.
And our gray one there came out of there pretty quickly towards the front. Our yellow calf, real fault-free, real complete kind of calf. Out here in this lineup, I don't think we're stout and manly enough to be in contention, but that's still a very nice lightweight calf. The second place behind him, fresh back shape, awesome in terms of his handle there. A calf that just gets a little lower fronted, but that's a really nice pair of lightweights. Class 2, I thought was the most challenging class in that we didn't have that clear-cut winner, but we got one here that the red calf has got awesome fresh back shape, and he's got the long front, big feature, big bone work, a calf here that we just need to free him up structurally, but a good calf there that came out of there. We got a yellow calf that's so smooth and complete. We needed more muscle and more aggressive turn there, but that's a nice calf. We turned the heat up when we got into 3 and 4, and I thought our calves that came out of Class 3 were both really good. Within that pair, though, this one separated himself pretty quickly in that he's got such awesome presence. He's a calf here that's good in terms of his structure. He's good in terms of his bone. He's a calf that's got plenty of muscle and pop. I just love him there from shoulders forward and the way that he's built. If we want to nitpick this calf, he gets maybe a little rounder, in terms of the way he handles himself from hooks to pins. That calf maybe just needs to be amplified, if you would, just a little bit in terms of his upper rib. But that guy's got awesome presence, awesome feet and legs. I love his body and bone. There's a lot of good about him. And then that calf that was second behind him, a fault-free individual that just needed to be picked up a little bit in terms of his hind leg, but he got a big structure advantage over the calves behind him, and that's why he wound up in the second. Our pair that came out of that heavyweight class, the black one kind of came out of there pretty quickly in that he's got the freshest back shape. He's the stoutest in terms of his turn there. He's the most aggressive. But within that, he's still a moderate frame calf, and he's still cool looking. And I like his bone and foot. I like the way that he's built. He's a calf, too. If I want to nitpick on him, we could kind of wedge his shoulder in there just a nickel tighter. We could see his loin edge in terms of his upper rib just be elevated just ever so slightly. But this is a really nice pair of heavies. The second behind him is a fault-free kind of individual, just needs more aggressive turn to his top. So the decision for me is out of our last two classes, and so not to take anything away from our lightweights because they're good cattle. I like these heavier classes just a little bit better. Within there, it's a really tough call. But for me today, I like our black for champ, and I like Class 3 for reserve. So good job to you guys. Good job, my buck. You bet. Good job.
Congratulations to our exotic breed champion, Atlee Homan with New Braunfels FFA, and our reserve breed champion, Tilden Izell with New Braunfels FFA.
Show that we've had here in Comal County, and like I said last night at Cuero, when I was judging over there, there's nothing worse than jumping in a truck, driving several hours away when you got some good calves on feed for our remaining major shows, and having to judge some bad cattle. And so it's always a pleasure when you get here, you're at the show and you see some good ones, and so that's always a refreshing deal. And so my compliments to you guys on having just an outstanding steer show here at your county, and lots of quality in all three divisions, and lots of numbers too. And so that's to be commended for you guys. Numbers are kind of dwindling just a little bit around us, and so it's good to see this many head here, and then also this many good cattle. And so again, my compliments to you guys out here. We started with that American Drive, and I thought that's a pair of cattle that have a lot of good. And this black one is so fault-free, really complete, exceptional set of feet and legs underneath him. He's a good-looking calf as well. Just a really, really nice American champion. The silver one behind him, another one here that's got a lot of great pieces, kind of some out there kind of stuff in terms of his neck and presence. A calf there that just doesn't have the same smoothness and just presence and build maybe as the calf that just beat him, but that's an awesome pair of American cattle. And then our British Drive, our Hereford calf there that wins that one, is so stout at the ground in terms of his foot size, so flat in his back. He's good looking, he's got muscle, he's got body. He's a calf too that I just like just his overall build. It's really fault free. We could tuck him up in his chest, but a nice calf there in terms of his own right. We fixed the front end skeleton on the shorthorn behind him, and that gets real close because he's got such a shapely build and so powerful. And then we moved into those exotics, and I thought we had a pair there that really came out and separated themselves just from fresh muscle shape, fresh back shape, good set of feet and legs, and just so good in terms of our hind leg. Our front skeleton's good, and then we handled exceptionally well. So again, I thought that was a nice pair of our exotics. It's been a great show. I'm not big on speeches and so forth, but with champion drives, I would just say you guys cherish this time you have here with your kiddos and parents and grandparents, breeders, whoever's watching. Y'all cherish these times. And so I got a senior girl this year, and this is my last round with her. And so it didn't seem like that long ago that we weren't walking into our first jackpot show when she was 8 years old and watching that. And it seemed like that was just the other day. And so just cherish these times, enjoy it as a family. And then you kiddos on the backside too, when y'all get out of the ring, make sure you tell those that help you so much, how much they're helping you. And if they're here watching you, if they're here helping you, they want to see you win, and they want to see you do well. And it's more than just about winning. It's all about all this time that we get to spend together. And if you're out here trying to make your animal look his absolute best, it takes some time. And so you've got to put in the hours, you got to put in the time, you got to do it all. And you can tell you guys are doing a lot of good stuff because you got good cattle. And so proud of you folks, proud of the kids, enjoyed my time out here. I'll go show you the two I like best. Let's give them all a big hand.
And steer, Atlee Holman with New Braunfels FFA, and our reserve grand champion steer, Tilden Izell with New Braunfels FFA. And again, we're going to take a quick 15-minute break, then we will roll into heifers, and then we will move into showmanship where we will go seniors first, intermediates next, and then juniors.
American heifers here in this first division. And it looks like our numbers aren't going to be big, but it looks like our quality is going to be good, and that's a good thing. And so our red Brangus heifer is one that we're going to use for champion out of this division. I think she's one that balances up so well, really attaches her neck high there into the top of her scapula, really elegant in the way she handles herself on the back side of her blade, and then carries it all the way back from hooks to pins. So correct and level and square, and then at the ground. She's very sure-footed, very comfortable, a good moving type female, and I really like her kind of a balance and lines, not only down her top line, but also from her chest floor back into her rear flank and into her udder design. It looks very feminine, looks nice and maternal. It just looks like a good breeding piece right there. She's going to be our champion here in this American division. Our reserve is going to be our Brahmin, and this female here's another nice one. It's sound structured. She's very sure-footed, very comfortable on the move. She gets maybe a nickel more conventional up front, gets a little bolder about her shoulder, gets a little plainer up through her throat latch, and a little more common in the way that she's built there from shoulders forward. But I like her for her length and performance. She's got some pin width and some power. She's just a female we could see more elegant and maternal in her look. But that's a really nice pair of American females. That'll be your champion in reserve. Y'all give them a big hand if you would. Got a pair again, and really they're really contrasting types. So I'll just kind of describe what I'm seeing, and then I'll tell you how we'll line them up. But our heifer out front that the young lady here in the pink has is one that's ultra feminine, really refined about her head, neck, and shoulder, wedged in tight there at the top of her blade, really flat and level down her top line and from hooks to pins, and then gets out and moves very nicely for us. If When we get off from the side of her, I want to see this heifer bolder in terms of her rib cage. I like to see her more expansive, if you will, there through her forerib and heart, and just give her more flank. When I get right over the top of her, she's a little flatter in that rib shape too. And so I want to see her just a little more expanded, if you will, through her entire center body. But I love her femininity. I like her look and her build, and her structure is all exceptional and good there. Our heifer in the back is one that's quite opposite than that she is so big rib. She's deep bodied. She's bold rib. You get over the top of her, she's got a nice outward turn to that rib cage. And I like that, all those things about her. She's another one that's pretty sure on her feet and legs. She gets maybe a little plainer in terms of her look, and so doesn't tie her neck near as high there in the top of her blade. She wants to be just a little rounder in the way that she's built there from hooks to pins, and so it comes down to some personal preference there. Are you going to count on this one to get enough rib cage? Are you going to count on this one here to maybe just overpower just from a cow standpoint? And so it's a kind of a coin flip for me, which one you like better. For me, I like the extra cow power. We'll use the young man in the back. She'll be our champion. And then the young lady up front, she'll be reserved. Y'all give them a nice hand. That's a good pair of British cattle.
Congratulations to Charles Farrell for breed champion and reserve breed champion British.
Division, but a real deep-bodied, bold-rib one here. She's good on her feet and legs. She's got some depth aside. So again, I like her soundness of structure. I like her depth and boldness. Good moderate frame. She's one that's 6 months bred. The young man tells me, and you can start to see some udder development, and one that's refined in terms of her teat structure is also pretty hard to find when you're talking about some real clubby type genetics. And so this one here gets maybe a little clubbier headed for me, and I'd like to see that head shape a little different. See this effort chiseled in there a little nicer in terms of her front, but that's one that's got some good feet and legs. She's deep bodied. She's got some width. Ought to be a nice producer for that young man. So again, nice exotic heifer. We'll bring them all back and we'll find us our two champs.
Congratulations, Brody Stayhoff for breed champion exotic heifers. Now bringing in all of our breed and reserve champion heifers for our champion drive.
For our champion drive, and again, I think it's a nice lineup, just 5 head, but again, I like all 5 of them and the way that they're built. There's some different types and kinds out here. The Americans, again, that red Brangus, I think from a balance and build standpoint, she's probably hits me the hardest in terms of her feet and legs, levelness down her top, combining it being very feminine and maternal in terms of her look. Her top line and bottom lines match very well. I think a female here that just suits me pretty well in terms of her overall build. The Brahman behind her just got a little plainer, but still a good structured type cattle. The British division offered some decision to make there. Do you go with the extra cow power or go with the extra look of the one that was reserved? So that was a decision to make. The young man's heifer, when you get her out on the motion, get her out on the lead. That female looks better when she's moving. When we get her parked, she wants to kind of rock up there in terms of her spine angle and just kind of lose that balance. When we get her out in motion, that female kind of brings her top line together, and I like her a lot better when we're moving around. Our exotic champion is one that has some great pieces in terms of some depth, some boldness, some structure at the ground, some pin set width from behind. All those things are certainly very good. I'd change her head kind of in the way that it's built there and then through her chest floor. But again, I think a useful breeding piece. And again, one for her breeding and so forth. Her teeth structure looks like it's going to be nice. And so again, nice set of heifers. 2 I like best is going to be our red Brangus. She's going to be our champion. And then we're going to follow up with the young man's key back there in the back. That'll be reserved. Y'all give him a nice hand. Good job.
Congratulations to Ava Pinto for our grand champion breeding heifers and Brody Stale for our reserve overall champion heifer.
Here, senior showmanship, and again, I'm not going to ask the kids a whole lot of questions. Really, I probably won't ask them any. So I'm really not into the quiz bowl and skeleton stuff. I'm just really into seeing who wants to show a steer here today, and or a heifer, whatever you're bringing back out here, and who's going to maximize their looks. Who's going to make sure I don't get a bad look at you. And so again, showmanship for me gets pretty difficult because I start nitpicking all these kiddos, and first time you give me a bad look, I'm like, God dang it, I don't like that. And so I try to focus on some positives, some kiddos that are doing some good things. And so again, I just feel like on the showmanship, are you kind of seeing the strengths that you have with your calf? Do you know the weaknesses you have? And then are you hiding those weaknesses? Are you showing off your strengths? And that's what I'm kind of looking at. So again, maxing out your effort, making sure our feet and legs are always looking on point, and then again, having some awareness about what we're doing. And so again, this is a really close call between who we need to keep out of here. There's several I had. I just knew I was going to keep this one, and then I get a bad look, and I'm like, well, maybe I need to reevaluate. And so again, I've kind of changed my mind 3 or 4 times about who I want to keep out of this first heat. But I think as a whole, I'm going to keep 3 of them, and then we'll re-rack them. We'll see how it looks in our champion drive here and our seniors here in just a minute. So this first heat, we're going to keep that young lady with the dark silver calf. We're going to keep the young lady with our Brahmin, and I'm going to keep the young lady with our red and white one. So I want to bring you 3 back. We'll see what happens in our champion drive. That's a close call. You guys are all doing some great things. It's really finite kind of a deals here of figuring out who you want to keep. Proud of all you guys. Keep working, keep fighting, and we'll see you here, the ones that we selected to come back. Great job. doing, but I think I can only keep about 3 of you, and that's about max to come back here for the finals. This is tough. You guys are doing an outstanding job, and a few of y'all have some more difficult calves to show, and you're working hard and getting some good looks, and I can see the effort you're putting into it, and I appreciate it. And so you guys are working and getting after it. Again, this is close call, but for me, I'm going to keep 3. Young lady back here in the back, we're going to keep you. We're going to keep the young man with the black one, and then the young lady with the silver one. Again, close calls here. You guys that didn't get kept back, don't think that you're not showing good. You're doing an excellent job. I'm proud of you. You're working hard. Good job. Let's give them all a big hand. Tough call, bud. You're a good showman, okay? Really, this is harder than judging a show, to be honest with you, because there's so many of you guys that are doing a good job. And so I feel real bad when I release you out of the ring and I can't bring you back to finals. If we could have a 15 out here, I'd love to do it, just because I think you guys are all doing that good of a job. And so, again, it's this showmanship deal is all about maybe some personal preferences, and just making sure that your calf's in a good spot. I just want to see you giving all your effort, and then also looking as natural and comfortable as possible, and then just giving me as many good looks as you can at your calf. Standing up proud and tall, and kind of commanding some attention. I think all those things kind of run into play here. I tell you, this is a tough cause, and I know after the show, I'm going to disappoint several of you guys that I didn't bring you back, and I apologize in advance, because you guys are doing that good a job. It's a little easier at some other shows where it kind of self corrects itself pretty quickly. But out here, there is some kiddos that we're going to turn out that I think are doing an outstanding job. I apologize in advance. I'm going to bring back a few. Young lady in the back, we're going to bring you back here for finals. We're going to bring that young lady there with the short horn. We're going to bring her back for finals. And then lastly, the young lady up front here with this American, I'm going to bring her back. Again, tough calls. You guys that aren't getting the pool, you're not doing a whole lot of wrong. You're doing a lot of good. Keep your heads held high. You judge this thing here in an hour from now with a different guy holding the microphone, and we may be pulling 3 different ones back. So good job to you guys. Y'all give them all a big hand if you would.
Final drive of our senior showmanship.
Hand the microphone over to several of you and have y'all line them up, because I think it's that difficult, and I think it's that close of a call, and I probably kept too many, but I wanted to keep even more, and so it makes it a little tougher to kind of convey what we want to see out here in this drive. But my ring men are working hard here, getting us plenty of looks and getting us some space. So probably a little unconventional in how we kind of looked at them, but I want to see those cattle set up on their own. And I want you to give us their best look. Now, if that means you set them up in 3 seconds and you're happy with it, then that's great. If he looks the part, I want your calf looking his absolute best. If we got to wait 3 minutes until we get that look, I'm happy to wait. I want the best look. I don't want you to kind of say, hey, we're close enough. Close enough will get you about 6th at the show at the majors, okay? Close enough to get you 4th when they sell 3 at the majors, okay? I don't want to be close enough. I want to be right. And that's what I'm looking for. And so when we get on down the road and we got to really a battle for it, we got to be dead on, and we can't just be close enough. I want you to be giving maximum effort. I want you to be showing it with all you got, and I want you to have fun with it too. And so again, this is a close call. This was 9 strong exhibitors out here. I pulled 3 out here to get one final look. I think that's the 3 that kind of separated themselves out of the 9. But really and truly, it's a race for reserve. One of them's just been on cruise control. Then I think one of them just outworks maybe the other ones. And so this is an awesome lineup here from top to bottom. I think one of them's just been rock solid, just never a mistake, never a bobble until I just say about it right here on the microphone. But the young lady right here in front, she's going to be my champion. She did a great job. Good job to her. All right, selecting for reserve, it gets really close. I think we got one that just maybe outworks the other one just a smidgen, but I'm telling you, this is a close call. This young man in the back, he's going to be my reserve. Good job. Good job.
Congratulations, Paige Nash, your champion senior showman, and congratulations to Ashley Holman.
All right, you do a good job. Your calf said I didn't want to be a show calf no more. Okay, you did good. You do a good job. You're another one that's right there. Okay, you're close too. Good job. And again, this showmanship deal I always feel tough. I know I'm gonna let you down. You guys are doing good, and I think back to all the showmanship kind of practice that we work on and getting those things set up at the barn. And so I got two different styles of kids myself, and I got a daughter that's man, she's tough as nails, and I can get on to her pretty hard. And she's going to respond and come out swinging at me. My boy, if I tell him and get on him too hard, he's probably just going to hand me the calf. And so I know when you're working on these things and figuring out how to work at the house, just continue to work hard, figure out what's your driving point, and figure out what's exactly your best look. And so if whoever's helping you, stay on them and say, hey, look, the best look on this calf here is having his front foot, right front foot, a little further forward. His best look is that back foot drove back pretty far. Whatever it is, figure out those best looks, because we got to maximize those and kind of minimize the bad looks and the best way we can. You guys are all doing a good job. All these kiddos out here pretty much standing with their feet like they're in a bucket. They're standing up proud. Our feet and legs are all in a pretty good spot. We're working on top lines. We're out in front of the cattle. I mean, you guys are doing a good job. There's no reason for a big showmanship clinic to be going on here. You guys are all doing an exceptional job. For me, I think it comes down to a close race between the two girls in the back. They're battling pretty hard, and I think we could go pick one of them and justify it and feel really good about either one of them. Out here, it's really a close call, maybe with some personal style in the way they are. I like how both of them are in front of the calves pretty well. Our young lady in the back gets maybe a little far out for me, and that left arm gets almost a little rigid at times, to where that almost doesn't look as natural as I want. I'd almost want her to bring her in just a smidge to where that left arm isn't as straight. But again, that almost looks just a little more comfortable right in there. Our young lady there in the sweater, I like her kind of placement. There's been a few times where maybe I'd kind of get her off that fence or some spatial awareness. But again, both of them are doing such a good job. One of them probably had a little bit better teammate out here this drive in terms of getting them to lead than the other one. But again, this is a close call between the two. We could do a coin flip. I'd feel good about either one of them. Today, I guess our young lady in the sweater, she'll be our champ, and the young lady in the back's going to be reserved. But what a close call, and what an entire division here of intermediates. They're all really good. Y'all give them a big hand. Good job.
Thank you.
Good job, young lady. Good job. Just get a little bit more in front of that calf, okay? Good job. Good job. You do a good job, okay? Very solid. Awesome job, okay? Good job. Awesome job. Y'all are both awesome. Y'all do great. Just a little.
Yes,
I just think it looks more natural.
Congratulations,
Yes,
Sutton
sir.
Homan
You do
for
whatever
our
your
grand
coach says,
champion
too.
intermediate
Okay?
showman.
All right, good job.
And Tilton Azell for our reserve grand champion immediate showman.
Oh, I know her daddy.
How many of these we got?
5 or 6. Yeah, either 5 or 6. Well, I don't know. I took
Showmanship. Usually there's a lot of shows you go to and there's one standout or whatever, and there's a few of them that are still figuring it out. Well, we got 6 of them out here that all getting it figured out pretty good, and so that's a testament to you guys. Great job. And so with the juniors, I always like to just say a few things about them and some stuff that you can work on as you continue to go down, and you don't have to take my showmanship advice as rock solid. It may not be the best. My kiddos say I can't show one anyways, all right? And so whenever we're working on them, they say that I'm buns, whatever that means, okay? But I can't do that good. But when I'm looking at these cattle, I'm just telling you the looks that I want to see. And so our young lady in the back, she's done a good job. Now, when you're the caboose of the class, you don't have somebody behind you at times, and so sometimes your calf can get a little off kilter, okay? And so you've done a good job kind of hanging with him. Your calf's a little heavier headed, and he wants to be a little higher in his top. So you've got to work a little bit harder at times to make sure you got his head cranked, and then you got his back just touched down just a little bit, but you're in a good spot. You remain calm, and you got a real pleasant kind of look about you. You're like, that's a sweet young lady right there, all right? Your parents might say different, but you look like a sweet young lady, okay? All right? All right, but anyways, I think you do a good job, okay? You're in a good spot. I like what you're doing. Young man that brought our heifers, all right? He first came into the ring. I said, man, this little man, he needs to work on just a little bit. The longer he's out here, the more time he's out here, man, he's doing a good job. You got this thing looking right. You've been staying on your top line. Your feet are always in a pretty good spot each time. I think you're showing with more intensity now. I want you to take it just one more level, just getting a little bit more intense. I want you to look at me like, I want to win this showmanship, man. Okay? I want to feel that when I'm judging you, okay? And other than that, you keep doing a lot of what you're doing, okay? I like how you're getting better every time, progressive each time and every time. I like that. Little man that comes next, he's got a great look, okay? He's had his feet and legs pretty good for the most part. As a whole, he gets out in front. He ain't had the best teammate. That calf's wanted to kind of stop on him a few times leading, but he does a good job. I want you to put your feet maybe a little bit closer together, and then you get a little bit more in front of him where I see you at all times. There's a few times where you get hidden, okay? And so when I step right here, I lose you, okay? I want you to get a little bit more in front of that guy to where I always kind of get a look at you, okay? But you're doing a lot of good stuff, all right? This next young lady, she's another one like that last one. She seems like a real pleasant young lady, okay? She walked in this deal and she started smiling at me, and that got me thinking, there's some exhibitors that you kind of look like, I want to fight you, okay? And there's some of them that look at you like, I'm a pretty good kid, all right? You ought to see this. And I like it. If you like to smile, I want you smiling. If you're a happy kiddo, all right? And if you like to look intense, I like that too, because the next young guy, he's got the intense look down pretty good too. So we got 2 different styles. We got the intense look and we have the real pleasant look. Nevertheless, they're both doing a good job. You work really hard. I like how you're in front of the calf. That's excellent. And you got one of those calves that kind of a little lower fronted, and you got to work a little harder, but you're doing a good job. I like you stay on that nose ring and kind of get him right. I think you've done a good job each time I've seen you in the ring, okay? Next young man, he's got the intense factor. I love where he's at. He's always been out in front of this thing. He's had this calf pretty much dialed in a lot. And he's one of those high-headed things. It looks like every now and then he wants to kind of break off and run. He stuck with him and stayed with him because that calf did act like a moron in class there earlier. He's got it together and got him lined out. There's been a few times where you've had maybe those back feet a little too spread. And so almost like that back leg on your side kind of got underneath him just a little bit. So kind of watch that. You got it good now, but just watch him to where he doesn't get to where his feet get too spread out, okay? But other than that, I like this young man's intensity that he brings to fire. He kind of has that look of, I'm going to whoop you if you don't pick me in the parking lot. And I like that. That's good stuff. And the next young lady here out front, she's been rock solid, all right? You can tell she's got a calf here that's kind of probably been worked on pretty good because she's done a lot of laps with him. This guy's pretty locked in, but her as a whole, man, looks like her feet are standing in a little bitty bucket. She's standing up proud. I like her left arm. I like everything that she's doing. Her calf wants to get up in his top line just a little bit. She stays on it. She does a great job of just putting that down, making sure I don't get a bad look. because that judge needs help. Okay, so she does a good job. So all in all, this has been just a really good set of juniors. I'm really proud of you guys because y'all are working hard, and I can tell that there's a lot being done at the house. Okay, close calls that we have here. My favorite's going to be the young lady up front with the purple sweater. She's going to be our winner, and then our young lady right here, she's going to be our reserve. Okay, y'all give them a big hand.
Congratulations to Kingsley Little for champion junior showman and Landry Moore for our reserve champion junior showman. Coming in the ring now is going to be our champion overall showman. So Kingsley, if you'll come back around and come on in for that overall. Our Wilson and Helen Stubing Champion Showmanship Award Trophy. This is a traveling trophy that will get your name on it every year that you win, whoever wins the overall.
Well, this is cool stuff to wrap up your show here for this year. And again, my congratulations to all of you on a really nice steer show, and good luck as your cattle are going to end up traveling down to Austin or Houston here over the next month. And so we're in the middle of this gauntlet with only 2 left. And so I'll be looking forward to April 1st, to be honest with you. I think I've inhaled about 100 pounds of dust from the last couple of shows, and so always needing a good break, but it's been fun, and just cherish these good moments that you have here as a family out here doing what we all love. Again, I thank y'all again for having me down for the last 2 years, and I've enjoyed going through your stock. There's some good kids here, and there's some good animals. You can tell there's a lot of good folks behind you as well. Appreciate our ring staff that we have here and the hospitality given. The ring guys here is as good as it gets, and appreciate you guys bringing them to us in a real efficient manner. So again, thank y'all again. I think there's one of them that's been out here that I don't think I've got a bad look at this exhibitor yet. and it's just been a rock solid showing. But outstanding set. Y'all give them all a big hand if you would. I'll go show you who my favorite showman is today.
Congratulations to Kate Nash for our overall showman in our cattle division. Everybody give everybody a round of applause, and let's start getting everything ready to go home.